Well, good morning. The 6th of March, 2025, Thursday. Day ahead of the all-world famous non-farm payroll report tomorrow, but let's get into this other stuff first. This is my virtual trading journal. Welcome. The reason I do this is because I want a transparency, accountability. Streaming it to YouTube, I can review it on other devices. And most importantly, I don't multitask well. So this captures the video. My narration here gives insight to what I was thinking at the moment. And if I try to trade and do screen snaps and type in a journal and all that stuff at the same time, it doesn't work out well. So that's the reason that we're in what we're in, and for this journal. And it seems to be working out pretty well. I've been doing it for a few months now, or something, years, something like that. Anyway, first of all of the times that I refer to and that are visible on my screens here are Central Standard Time. There is no financial advice or trade advice or anything implied or intended. Read the disclaimer. It's the usual one, but obviously it's my trade journal virtually done, and I share it in hopes that, well, first of all, I guess I could stream it privately, but that doesn't make much sense. So anyway, that's the purpose of the stream here. From a numbers point of view, we had several out this morning. We have a bunch of Fed speakers out here in a little bit. We had a preliminary initial jobless claims that didn't have much of a reaction here. You can see that. And tomorrow everybody's in the hold as usual for the non-farm payroll, which after the big miss day before yesterday and then huge, I've never quite seen that big a miss on the initial jobless claim, non-farm jobless claims. It was like, expected was 144,000 or 150,000, and actual was 70. It's pretty shocking. So that's that. This is the reaction to that 730 number. And now we're selling off. The important part here, get on to the pre-market analysis. Well, if you look at the book map right here, it doesn't look like much until you go like this. This is the overnight. So we were basically flat and rotational until these geniuses in London opened up and they hammered at 75 points and lower. On IRT, which is my charting software, here is yesterday's RTH period. Here is the open. There was, come on, God damn it. There's the Asia trade, and there's the London Open. So they're obviously not impressed with the goings on economically, or I suppose politically over here. There's been a lot of, the PM and everybody, and most of Europe, including England, have been real outspoken. So I would say we're headed for no good here. Looks to me like in the States, in the U.S. Anyway, so that is our overnight. Not very pretty. It kind of is in line with, get back to this is the NQ, the ES Renko chart on the full session at this time. 1700, it started plotting at 1700 last night here. this is a multi-session chart. So this is the NQ, similar idea. Here's the micro composite chart. Now we're trading down here at this white line, this little level down here just below the VPOC, which is here. I drew this to align with some other folks here. This is in the micro composite chart is just a daily bars on an RTH session chart. Where price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it, and by doing so, it generates a micro composite volume point of control and, value area and all those things. Now, we fell out down here. We only did a wick test up here to the body. So that's the logic for why this has been separated out. And we had this was an outside day. This was a overlap, and now we have an inside day from yesterday. So this volume profile, then here's the VPOC for this micro composite, and these red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed directly to bookmap from IRT. And this is the market profile for the ES. The session prices here are also pushed directly to bookmap. Back to bookmap. So this is the micro composite column where I manually enter these various levels. There's a MCVPOC from yesterday. Gap highs and gap lows. This weekend I'll take all this. The way I do these are when it's a current level, the text is red. When not, it's black. And then on the weekend, I review what's stale and what's not and try to get them off of here. Like these highs and lows and stuff are just superfluous at this point. These are from back in January, which is back over here. Oh, back over here. This was this gap that was still sitting open back here. Not anymore, of course. I guess it might be worth saying, what is the market? What is the context of the market? Well, from the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days, it's down. So south looks like the play here. This is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed from IRT to bookmap. This is the full session volume profile. Started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through today till 1600. This is not ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. RTH session, which resets this morning at 8:30. Chart volume profile, which I'm not sure how much what value I place on that. This just plots a volume profile around what you see on the chart. This is my notes column. Now, yesterday we opened lower in range, and today we will do the same thing. That's the open type. There are only 4. Open higher in range, higher outer range, higher in range, lower outer range. I'll show you that in a sec. This is the point at which our POC was when we closed last night, the RTH session. I enter this between 16 and 1700. These, another important part of this column is I put the statistics associated with the price levels based on the open type. And I also flagged the migrating VPOCs in this column. This is the RTH price session prices. This is the IRT session prices. Here's the overnight volume point of control, etc. Here's yesterday's close. This is obviously the heat map or the chart from Bookmap. There are no indicators on my charts or my Bookmap. There is a POC, which is full session and one for the RTH, or the RTH and the full session. POCs are nothing daunting. It just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. The IB high and the IB low are just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. Old acronym from the market profile days called initial balance. That's where the IB comes from. But otherwise, it could be the RTH 1 hour high and the RTH 1 hour low. That's what it really is. The rest of the levels are pretty self-explanatory. And how you determine the open type? Well, it's determined by where we will open this RTH session, which I should be in this area, compared to the previous RTH session close. So we're lower than the close, and where we will open in relationship to the previous RTH range. So we're lower than the close and we are within range. And I can prove that. Maybe. There's the previous RTH low, and way up above here somewhere is the previous RTH high up in here. So we are lower than the close and we're within range, lower in range. Pretty simple, right? And then the gradation over here, or gradation, or however you say that, is reflects the resting liquidity in the book. Like right here, it's saying there's 284 contracts that came in the book at 21.16 and still in there. And that's, as anybody that's traded more than 5 minutes knows, this book is largely fantasy. True, they have to have a large enough account to be able to spoof over here. I can't put 100 contracts over here for sale or to buy. But it doesn't mean they're going to trade them out. And, that whole spoofing law is just a joke. It's to be able to, single out people that they want to do stuff to and let the rest of them make cubic money. That's basically what it is. And here is, so there's that. Now let's look at the open type and the statistics. We've determined the open type. Excuse me. Yesterday was lower in range. Today will be so also. There are 4 types. After the open occurs, IRT highlights the correct open type. In this case, it's highlighted. It will be highlighted blue. In this case, it was from yesterday, so that's why it's highlighted now rather than in 15 or 16 minutes. Okay, so the way this works is very simple. It looks back at 2005 days. Of those 2005 days, 593 of them, 593 of them opened lower in range. Of these days, the overnight volume point of control was revisited 500 days out of these 593. That constitutes 84.3%. Book map. Overnight volume point of control. (84.3% of the time. Boop, that's all there is to it. Typically, the next highest probability, it will be the overnight mid, and that will be 83.3, and that's right back here, I believe. Let's see if we can see that better. No, it's not right here. 83.3. 83.3. Then we have the overnight high and low, usually. Well, the previous close is pretty substantial. That's 73%. Overnight high and low. The overnight low is 66.9% of the time. Where'd my mouse go? Okay, 66.9. And interestingly, it says the previous IB high is a pretty high statistic. That's 70.4% of the time. Now, something to be aware of here is as soon as we open, this line will not be here anymore. It will be measuring the high and low of the current RTH session. So this number will suddenly not have a flag by it, right? And that's, I guess I could do something about that. I guess I could put IBH or something like that. Never thought of that. I guess I could do that. I could do IBH 70.4. What does that look like? There you go. Okay, so that will remind me what the hell that's there for. The rest of these will stay the same because they're all overnight, so they will not be affected by the previous or the current RTH session. The overnight high is 51.4. All right. And then usually the previous RTH high and low come into play here. $66.9. Got that. Okay. Previous low is 51.4. Some other numbers here that I don't usually input, which might make sense to start doing, is it's giving a pretty high probability to the value area low. And also the previous mid. Huh. Let's see if that works out. 69.1% of the time. Okay, so that's the value area low. I'll put that in there because that's going to go away also. The way the value area low and I don't see one here, developing value area high or low work. Developing is for the current session, the current auctioning session, and the value area low is for the previous. Now, I will change that. The minute this changes to the new RTH session, I need to change my charting from full session to RTH. Otherwise, this value area low will start measuring or marking the low right here of this current auctioning session, which is the overnight, and that's not the way I want it to work, obviously. So there you go. So those are the statistics, and now I need to do something else here. Which I do every day at 8:20. bear with me. Like I said, I can't do two things at once very easy here. And so I don't try. Okie dokie. Every day at 8:20, I post this snap, which you'll recognize as the one we were just looking at for the numbers, but I just leave the statistics study behind there. I post this to a place called the TLab. Oops, wrong everything here. Sorry about that. That is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And I found it valuable a year or two ago. It was started by a guy named Tom B. He still runs it, as a leader, whatever you call it. It's not a trade calling room, so that's important. And absolutely nothing in there is for sale. Everything is free, and you don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap to take advantage of that server or that room. Now, I share Tom's philosophies about approaching trading as a business of statistics and risk management and all that kind of stuff. A lot of his thinking, but I don't recommend any of the other Bookmap Discord chat rooms because I haven't been to only one or two others. And the two that I did go to, like the third word out of the guy's mouth was, $1,000 a month, I'll be your mentor, or this indicator is available on my website or my private VIP room, or any of that. All that influencer bullshit that just makes me sick. That does not exist in the TLab. So I can recommend that with a clear conscience. And there's a good group of people in there, obviously, and it's not, seem to be, the majority are focused on improving their trading, and it's not like romper room or, horns going off or stupid crap happening all the time. So that's that. The TLab by Tom B. It's called the Traders Lab. So if you go to Bookmap Discord, there's a link in the description here to get to the Bookmap Discord server, which you do have to join, right? And then find yourself, make your way to the Traders Lab. And that's, you'll probably enjoy that. That's that. So we have done that and something else. And this is kind of important. It'll probably be a good idea to be able to trade, right? The way you have to initialize trading or be able to trade on Bookmap is you have to initialize the trade control panel. First of all, I use the multi-bracket add-on right here. And because I'm able to set up multiple stops and targets for contracts. Now, in this case, this is a risk-neutral two-lot package. The key to this risk-neutral trading system is that the package has to be in even numbers. And why that is the case is as follows. You determine whatever your stops are based on your homework, your stop area, and that's set for both contracts or the total package. The first risk-neutral scale is for the equal number of ticks as the stop in the positive, obviously, for half of the package. It's a two-lot package. The first risk-neutral scale is for one lot. And then you can divide up the runners however you see fit. This is my 4-lot package, and there you have it. 4 lots, 12 ticks, 2 contracts, 12 ticks, then 24, then 48 for 1 and 1. That's how it works. Real simple. After you've selected that, or if you don't use that, then you go to the trade control panel and you need to initiate it here. And the way to do that is you have to select a way that you are going to interact with the application. If you choose chart, you will only be able to add or put contracts, manipulate orders, resting orders, whatever, here in the active data column. If you use the DOM, then you are only able to do that here on the DOM columns, and not, you can click anywhere you want on the chart without possibility of an error. Because obviously both means you can do both, right? That's like double jeopardy. I initiate trades with a keyboard, so I choose to manipulate stops and resting orders and targets and stuff on the DOM. The logic being that the possibility for me to make an unforced error over here is very, very much more remote than accidentally clicking inside this active data column. What you notice, the mouse changes to a dollar sign. Over here, it's the pointer. So, and there's a little fine gray line right there. But more than once, I accidentally clicked over here trying to move a level or a target, for example. Trying to bring, if I'm trying to trade manage and bring my stop up or something like that. So that's how that works. There we're now able to trade. We've done the snap. We've got 4 minutes to the open. London just hammered it and continues to trade down. If you get back over here, we've been short all day. This was the world famous speech. Well, yes, Tuesday, Wednesday, and now Thursday will open. So I've got the VPOC put in there. These are the high and low volume nodes. I think we're pretty much ready to rumble, and I would going to definitely take a wait and see attitude with this big, huge. This is 50 or 60 handles here, right? 49 or say 58 half to 57 quarter. So that's 70 handles. That would have been an overnight to get up for, right? That would have been an ETH to get up for, and just pretty methodical. Now, be sure that you understand how my scale has been adjusted here, which is in order to try to see this. I don't like to have to do that. This is one of the problems I'm having with Bookmap lately, is because of the volatility, being able to see enough market to know what the hell is going on for me. Okay, we're going to open in 2 minutes. I'm going to bio break up and water up and all that kind of stuff. I think I've covered everything off. The stream seems to be merrily flowing down the hill here, so it's a good thing. So back in a couple of minutes, and good luck. And we're open, I see. I will start to track my VPOCs here, like that. Looks like we got some little hiccup down here and up and back and forth and around the mulberry bush. Why do I do that? Put these flags to track this yellow line, which continues to plot all day. Pretty quick, that will scroll off to the left. And my thinking is that I want all the data that I find important for a trade decision right here on the hard right edge. So that's why I do that. $832, 12 degrees C. That's something, probably 50 or 60, I guess, Fahrenheit. $53, apparently. In Central Standard Time, as I said. And we're down to the, now remember, the IB high and low is no mystical, magical thing. It's just the high and low of the first 1 hour of this trading session. And now I'm going to change my charting from full session to RTH only. And that's pretty easy thing to do with IRT. And there we go. And likewise for the NQ. This is always a daily session, as is the market profile, just because that's what I'm concerned with. So there we have yesterday, and here we have where we open now. I'm going to get this smooshed down so I can see it, I guess. There we are. And save that. Save all. I also track, whatever you want to call it, the micro ES, which is here. Now I've changed these already because I don't track the micro NQ. So I'll change this to full session. This is the way I was drawing the volume profile. I'm leaving the two of them separated to kind of see which one I think makes more sense. There we go. All right, now we're back here to the current order of business, and we're just going to continue the sell-off, it would look to me like. Basically, you know, I don't know how I guess this little guy right here set the IB high. And if you were quick or a gambler, you would have just jumped on a short and gone, yeah, that's pretty cool. There we go. But I don't believe that's the way to do it. And so I'm trying to use every ounce of willpower and discipline and stuff that I have. Oh, I forgot to say something about this trade control panel. Sorry about that. It's all set up now. I confirm that it's the 2-lot package that I selected, and I click this button again. Now the padlock stays open, the button stays green, meaning that the trade control panel is activated, but I get the real estate back and I don't trade my P&L, which I wish I had some P&L right now. I need 12 handles to reach that, of a 1-lot, to reach that milestone that I have that I didn't get at the close of the month, which is irritating. Now we're going to get down to that previous RTH low, which I didn't get very accurately placed, apparently. There we go. So if they drop out of that, doing the wrong thing, you can see where we opened over here. I do that all the time. I forget to look to my left and see what screen I'm on. Sorry about that. I have 2 stand-up desks here. I don't sit down ever in this office. Hi, Panda. My cat's coming in to make sure I'm alive. One of them. I have a 4-monitor rack in front of me with my 2 trading screens, lower level, right in front, in front of my eyes. And then my OBS is on another monitor vertically to my left on that other stand-up desk. They're in a shape of an L, and a little further around the corner is another computer where I have TLab, static, etc. So yeah, I need to be aggressive now in trading. No more Mr. Nice Guy here, or whatever that is. A couple of guys are already posting their successful trades in static, so that's kind of nice. Good for them. Let's see, I'm going to open the stream on my other machine over there so I can make sure everything's working all right. I can see, obviously, that the stream is, how much kilobytes per second is streaming and how time is used and all that kind of stuff, and the FPS numbers, but I feel it important to monitor the audio or whatever else, and I choose to do that via the stream itself from another machine rather than just with a studio monitor. That way I know what's going on, which is the important part for me, as this being my journal, is to know what's being recorded by YouTube. Now we had a little migration up here to the overnight low, which we've taken out. We still have our big numbers above us, right? Whether they're going to ever get hit or not, who the hell knows? What am I doing? Thanks for any likes and or subscriptions. Not trying to be a internet, a YouTube influencer or whatever, but it would be nice to have a active kind of community. And of course, if YouTube wants to give me $1 million a minute or something, I'm not going to say no, but that's not the point, right? It would be nice to have some dialogue, and I do appreciate it. It's kind of weird to, think about just talking to yourself all day, even though that's the point is to just be recording my journal, as I explained earlier. But it's nice. It would be nice to have a more active, some feedback. You know what I mean? Trading is a lonely sport, and a lot of people can't deal with it because of that, I think. So here we are, low, low, and more low. No, let's check something here. Well, 7:45 Hawker, the FOMC guy, started talking. Then we got 12 o'clock, the Atlanta Fed, GDP, then Fed Walker at 14:30, then Balanca, no, the Fed balance sheet, I'm sorry, at 15:30. And, 1800, who cares, Bostic. All right, so we'll see if this is, got my headset on here, see how this audio is coming across. Let's hope it's okay. Looks like we're streaming along fine, so that's good. All right, there we are. What's happening now? Well, we're coming up to 3 lows in a row. We're looking at the low from yesterday, the low from the day before that, and that would all indicate we're probably going to get some move down. This level right here is the low of the MC so far, which is where we are. That's this level right here. Here's day before, yesterday, today. Unfortunately, I'm not in anything. And I got to get this figured out. I would so like to have one of my vetted setups present itself so I could get this milestone off my bucket list here and feel better about life in general. Great. So the chat test works. Everything seems to be just ducky. Ducky doll. What are we doing? We're testing those lows. How lows can we go here? So where the hell did the... Okay, just to reiterate all these things that I talked about early on in the pre-market. The POC, there are 2. One is for the full session, which is the darker yellow up here. And one is for the RTH session, which is the brighter yellow. The POC is nothing daunting or confusing. It just marks the price where the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So obviously by looking at the volume profile, you can see where that is. And oh, look at there, POC. Same way up here, POC for the full session. That's it. There is a mid for the RTH only. There is a VWAP for the RTH, which is volume weighted average price. And there's a VWAP for Globex, which is the full session. Maybe I should change this to Globex volume profile to be less confusing. I don't know. And because I have changed over to the RTH sessions, the value area low is reflective of yesterday's RTH value area low, and the developing value area high or low are for this current auctioning session. There we go. And we've only gotten to one statistic so far, which is the overnight low. These statistics, as I hope are were obvious, or that I pointed that out, are simply that. They are statistics, probabilities, not hard, fast lines in the sand, hang your hat on, bet the house, whatever. But, for example, if you're short up here, it's a reasonable bet that you're going to get to 51%, which is the previous RTH low. That's how I and others use them, I think, as kind of suggested target areas based on the probability. And then there's another way to think of that too that's kind of important. The probability of the overnight volume point of control is 84.3%. What's that mean? It means that 15.7% probability that we will not get there. It's real important to remember that none of these are 100%, right? Meaning that somewhere in 2,000 days, broken down to 500 or days or whatever it was, where we've opened lower end range, 84% of those days we did get there, but 15.7 of them we didn't. So that's statistics and probabilities, isn't it? And you see how something else probably to point out here is that for me, a breakout is a FOMO, and that's an error code in my trading stuff. In a local journal that I actually, enter, and I push directly from IRT to there. I have error codes for different setups or things that I've done, and then that's where I get this, how I work with statistics, trying to figure out the statistics to vet the trades. I have error codes. For example, ER-BO, that's a breakout, and I consider that an error because, in my opinion, for me, it's a FOMO. Plus, it's stupid. If you're trying to take a breakout down here, where has all the trade been? Up here. Where's your stop? Right in the middle of all that traffic. Well, we're going to come up and test out this, and maybe, it's a very, very possible that the squeeze from hell could come on this morning, because there is a whole buttload of people short, So that's a very real possibility. And what lives up above us, pray tell? Well, that's that overnight volume point of control for 84.3%. My. I've got the most evil wife now. She starts the early morning torture. I put Phil in the house with wonderful smells when she knows I'm hungry. Really lucky. Fortunate, whatever. Here's something that to point out I try to do this every day for anybody that's new. Notice how the line for the IB high is here, reflective accurately, and now the flag just jumped up there. That is a known behavior. It's not a bug, and it's to be expected because this column is the cloud notes column. This line is an indicator. They are both driven by the exact same data exported from IRT at the exact same time. It's the same data. I am only able to set the refresh rate minimum at 1 minute on the cloud note column. And whoever the people are that coded this indicator, which I bought from Bookmap, obviously was able to set it much more frequently. Maybe it looks to me about 30 seconds. So there's continually this stair-step story, and that's not a bug or a issue, and it's I don't even pay attention to it anymore other than I try to point it out so it doesn't freak somebody out or cause question. Well, I've got to get these scales. You see right now, if I'd have shorted this little pop right here, I'd be 9 handles in the money. That's a problem with this scale story for me because I have a problem realizing that. I've been trying to work with $1 or 50 cents. Well, I call that $1 or 50 cents. Actually, it's 4 or 2 ticks because there's 4 ticks in a point, right? So, yeah, this would have been 12 handles. There would have been my milestone. Very definitely an outside in or a mean reversion trade. And I am just stupid standing here talking about these levels and why one jumps and the other one doesn't, and I'm not focused on trading. This is one of my very definite, actually my best setups. It's a mean reversion that's outside in and lower outside in. This was a perfect indication of that. The only justification I can have for not taking that, which is you got to really squint, was there's not really a trigger here. It wasn't really tested, just came up and then sold back down. I guess you could call this right here a bit of the trigger. Consolidation, breakout, retest, drop. So that would be a bar trade, but just trading up to here would have been the move. That would have been the trade, the mean reversion trade. So bad on me. Do as I say, not as I do. I guess that's the way to go with that. Yeah, that's pretty damn disappointing. I'd like to have that over with here before 9 o'clock. Be feeling pretty good about life. Really stupid. And now, of course, it's the stupidest place you could enter a trade because this is the 11th commandment, thou shalt not diddle in the middle. Boy, I'm disappointed about that. That is really stupid. Wow. And this is where FOMO comes in. Now I'm upset with myself for not taking this vetted setup, my own vetted setup. There was the money or the profit ticks, whatever that I'm looking for. And now's when FOMO starts to eat your ass, right? Okay. So there we are. And it's another thing to point out is this is not only an outside in mean reversion trade, it's in the direction of context, which is one of my trade rules. My trading plan rules is to not counter trend trade. So, yeah, there's a lot of reasons I'm upset I missed that. Got to give that a lot of thought here. I think I need to focus more on actually narrating the market moving. That way I would have been aware of this rather than jabbering about this stupid IB high thing. I'm done with that crap. After the pre-market, I'm going to make sure that that gets covered in the pre-market as does the rest of these things, and then I'm not going to go there anymore during the day. Meaning, I believe that shorts came out of the market. So this is an area where I would suspect we're going to break down, but this would also be a breakout trade, and that's or momentum trade, and I've talked about that already. And see why that wouldn't work for me. There's a stop, boom, right there. And now trading up here down is diddling in the middle. And the squeeze is on. The volatility has been pretty breathtaking lately. And this is no kind of a setup that I have. I mean, yeah, it's up to the open, but there's no, you know, if you want to be old school about it, this is higher highs and higher lows. It's not a real level. We are price check at aisle 3 here. Is this still too high? This was the highest point of the POC so far in the session. See the advantage of using these flags? And once again, if I'd have just shorted right here, I would be well scaled and in the money for, you know, a substantial amount. Tick-wise, I don't talk about dollars, but ticks. And obviously there's 4 ticks and a point. So if I say points or handles, that's what I'm talking about. I'm going to get some water here. Well, what'd they do? They mean reverted it, right? The open, POC, mid, and now we're going to squeeze them a little bit here. And what's up above us? 84.3. And probably the value area low. There's that statistic. I would not short here for a couple of 3 reasons. First of all, we just took that statistic and here's this level. And second of all, we've got a high volume node, the MCVPOC, the value area low, all living right above, and the Globex VWAP. Now, does it mean that we're going to go up there? No. But these are all levels where there is fuel. People's stops are living up here. A lot of them over the top of this. And that's why, that's what the market does. It goes hunting liquidity. That's pretty much it. Everybody, I think everybody that at a professional level knows that. Yeah. This is not the place to fade. That's one of the problems with the mean reversion trade, obviously, is you got to pick a top because it's outside in. Now, is this it? Back down. Is this it? Back down. That's the downside to that particular strategy. The upside, besides it seems to be work for me, is the market is in a rotational configuration about 80-some% of the time of the days, meaning 20 or less percent of the days it's trending or directional. What does that mean? That means that the mean reversion is a higher probability. That's what kind of a day we will have. I'm not saying that's the case today because this is just stupid times 6, that noise from London last night. Now they're going to squeeze them. They got everybody short. Now they're going to squeeze them out. Now the retail traders over here are going to squeeze those guys out. That's what I don't know. Well, there's that statistic. So far we've been knocking them off. Boom, boom, bitty boom. Overnight low, POC, value area low. Bam, bam, bam. What do we got above us? Close. We overnight mids, the next one at 83. The IB high. Now, you remember when I flagged this one here and I put this in? This is a 70.4% probability that we reach this. This is the IB high from yesterday. Easy to see on my IRT charts because there's yesterday, and those things are over here. But that's why I put the value area low here and the value area or the IB high here. Now I don't really need this here because I switched over the charting quick enough. So we can go back to just this because the value area low is for the previous auction session. And once I change my IRT charting, which is where all these levels come from, to RTH session only, then the previous auction session is yesterday's RTH. Boom. That's that. Okay, so here's 50 cents. See if that works. If we get into this string of singles, they call them, this real low volume area up here from last night, this thing could rip a breathtaking short squeeze. Is very possible. Well, I'm so disappointed in myself for talking about the stupid flags and missing that mean reversion classical setup of mine. That's just dumb. And now I'm up here in no man's land, kind of where I'm thinking they're awfully. It's a squeeze is dangerous at this point. Okay, and having said that, had I shorted up here, I would be well scaled and pretty pleased about things so far. But this 83% up there at the overnight mid is a little daunting. What this liquidity here at, that's the big number. Okay, at the century figure 58, that was a big number yesterday. Yes, it was. Well, now, what this is essentially is a consolidation, right? Now, this is bad news here, the way this scale is changing. For me, only for me. So here we're going to test up here, and now what are we going to do? Well, there we go. Something happened. What was that? Oh, the freaking mouse is what happened. Big pile of liquidity, 300-400 handles, contracts laying up here at the Century. The big number. Definitely would not short here. I would not. And I won't go long either. And I guess that's my problem. I missed that mean reversion. And under the circumstances with the short, that's definitely counter trend. And I realized that any of these shorts, shorting the top here anywhere, I'd be scaled. So once that's the case, it doesn't matter. I mean, you know, all bets are off. Then you just put on your helmet and sit back and see where it shakes out. But under the circumstances and the overnight action, I think there's a big potential for a squeeze, short squeeze. So I think this might be a job for a little bowl full of whatever that good smelling stuff was out there. Oh, well, what was that all about? Look at there. So they popped it through 5,800 just barely, huh? Well, here we go. And we got the ETH mid up here at 58.11, apparently. And that was that next stop that I was talking about. Well, there's apparently there was the turn, I guess. Not sure how I would have played that any differently than any of this stuff. You know, what's the difference here, 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 or here? Now remember that this is a full session volume profile. So this part is building with this one. Originally, this was a long skinny string, right? But it's building up here. I don't know. I haven't figured out how to just have one ETH and one RTH. That would be ideal. I don't know how to do that. But I would love to know. So there's 15 headed for 20 handles. We're still way above POC, but now comes a secret trick that you need to be aware of. What is the POC? It is 54.28. What's this? 52.70. So in about 75 contracts, this POC is going to jump right up here. So that's can ruin your whole day if you're trying to trade outside in. If you're trading out here and you're thinking that in is, or the center is way down here somewhere, mean reversion, and then all of a sudden the mean is right where you are or above you or something, that's can be kind of disappointing. I'm not saying that I'm still not, I'd love to know what to think here, other than perhaps the absorption or the sweep and the size, 236 and then 11, or whatever this one was that it doesn't seem well. It's 269 and then 25. That could be construed as divergence or exhaustion. And now we're down to the, whatever happened down there. Well, the IB is set. I guess I should mention that maybe. The initial balance statistic, which I spoke about long ago, sets at 8:30 or 9:30, right? Right there. When we pass 9:30, this will stop moving up and the low will stop moving down. There is a widely known statistic associated with those levels that is 97% probability in all open types, greater than 97 or greater percent probability in all open types, that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price in the remainder of the RTH session. Tough to trade for various reasons, but that's the statistic. And it is now in play. And once it is exceeded one way or the other, there are a couple of other setups that then become active. One is the IBC, IB continuation, and the other one is the IB failure. Pretty obvious which is which. The IB continuation would tend to be more valid in a directional day, and the IB failure would be more applicable to a mean reversion day. And my issue today is that the context of the market has been down. So I am thinking that these are counter trend or counter context days. Now we've just taken that IB statistic, right? We haven't exceeded it. We haven't taken any stops above it, really. We just say 184 people had something sitting right on it, which is kind of goofy. And just above us here now at 5-6 handles is the mid with a percentage of 83%, and above that's the previous IB high with 70%. Here's a bar setting up. Now we're getting some of those stops out. Given the day's mark, the trend or the trade of the day, I guess I'd be looking towards an IB continuation, but that's counter everything that I would, typically be doing. And the reason that I say that is, first of all this liquidity sitting here is just beckoning the market to go up there and get that. And this overnight mid, and and it could turn around and sell clear back down to the POC again. Trade up to the bottom, exhaust, and head the other way. That's, or is this a bar? Broke out, retest, and now we're going to go higher. That might have been the trade. That's the joy of trading, right? Now, some folks in the static are talking about this was their setup. This was a bar trade, they call it. Breakout and retest and targeting the IB high, so they're tickled to death. My problem with this one is I had thought, there we go to that mid, I had thought that this breakout needed to be in the direction of the trade, but obviously I don't have that one figured out right. And here we go up, here we go loop-de-loo, and a lot of guys are pretty happy over there. Is anything else up here now? Oh, well, yeah, look at this shit. Look at the close up here at 45, 73%. Holy crap. That's kind of shoots my short in the head, doesn't it? Well, this would be considered the squeeze Louise. Here's our micro composite, which gives you a good kind of view of what's happening. There's the open. Here we are. Yesterday, day before. Thanks for the tariffs. What a... I think that all of these are just useless at this point. The 4th, 13th of January, that's long gone. 13th of January, long gone. The 3rd and the 4th. Yeah, stupid. I'm getting rid of them. Try to clean this up a little better while I'm standing around. Wondering what to do next. This guy, this MC low here is right here. And then the low down here. And none of that makes me any money. Which is the point, isn't it? So you can't argue with what we're doing, and that's going up, and I'm not going to do that. It's not moving in the direction of that I anticipated or that I had planned for. Obviously, they're spanking all those shorts from London. I think London closes in about an hour. And by the way, right here was that 97% statistic. And continuing on, so an IB continuation for 10 handles. More. Damn near 15 by the time you get up to here. So I'm just not reacting properly to my own stuff. That's just massively disappointing, actually. We had a double top, basically a mean reversion in a smaller fractal. I have no idea whether any of that's even really worth a crap to even talk about. And you see where all this liquidity traded out. Now another test of the IB high. Are they gonna? Is it gonna turn into an IB failure at some point here, or what's it gonna do? Or are they gonna go back for another IB continuation? That's what I don't know. Thinking of shorts, I would be going short, but it's probably not the thing to do today. Looks like. What have we been doing? We've been going up all day, right? Problem with that is we go up until we don't. Now here you could say this is exhaustion. We got 175 out, 3, trading back up. So I'm away from the IB failure. But still not convinced enough to be looking for the IB continuation again. I don't know what they're doing here. I've had my hands on the keyboard twice for an entry for the IB failure, short, but I'm off it at this point. And now we're getting a consolidation. So is this going to be a bar trade? Beat the hell out of me. Something's going to happen one way or another here based on this consolidation and this coiling that we're doing over here. You know, whether it's going to just fall out of bed or scream back up over the top of all these shorts, that's the big question. And that's a question I don't know the answer to. Nobody ever does. And this, unfortunately, this IB statistics, this IB trade is either IB high, continuation or failure. That's what you got to decide. It looks like failure is going to win. Yep, there's that. And you're coming up on 10 points here. Well, that's disappointing. How could I have seen that coming? been talking about it for this entire time. I almost had my hands on the keyboard twice right here. Now, had I gone in short here, I would have been sweating major bullets here. Could have been a stop. That would have been a stop, actually. Yeah, that's disappointing. Now, here's another bar, I guess. Breakout, retest, off. So that would have been, this would have been a more advantageous, well, obviously taking the high, this retest of the high would be the best one, but this would have been a pretty much of an advantageous one because then you're in solid down here. You're in and covered, scaled, sitting there. Got your helmet on and you're all happy. Now it's a dice. Go with the dice right here. This is all consolidation. We're back through that consolidation again. And a lot of levels below here, so we may fall out of bed and just haul ass for the bottom, but at this point, I'm not. And don't forget, there it is. There's that VPOC migration. Just going to say, and don't forget, and there it is. Now what? Well, we mean reverted, right? Gosh, this is disappointing, I guess is the best way to put it. And tomorrow's going to be a major rodeo. I don't want to see this week go away without this milestone in the bag. I'm at a point in my life where I need to get these done. I got to set up weekly milestones, I guess, and just do them. Maybe rethink the risk neutral package for a based on asymmetrical trades. And an asymmetrical trade, for example, would be here. Well, would be here. Retest. What's an asymmetrical trade? Well, it's if you've got short here, you could put your stop one tick above this liquidity. So you got a 1 or 2 tick risk and 20, well, turns out to be, 30, 40 handles, 20 handles, reward. So it's the relationship between the risk to reward is asymmetrical, skewed in your favor. That isn't how the risk neutral trade plan is set up, but if you entered up here, you'd still have your stop 3 handles above. So maybe that's what I got to look at. I've got to get this. I got to get around this corner here and back on the firm ground. Absolutely. It's not an option. Well, and what they did was the Bounceronia. If you want to believe it, that's another breakout and retest. I always thought you were supposed to break out in the direction it was going to go, but apparently not. Apparently not. A couple guys have posted in Static that they ideal break and retest, and it definitely was the opposite direction. Well, here we are. Breakout, retest, breakout, retest. My opinion, we should be going up on this. Not that I would trade that because the context of the day is down, and not the day, this day, but the context of the market is down on a higher time frame. But I can safely say that I am not confident enough on these directions at this point to get involved. I'm not sure if this market's waiting for something or what the hell's going on here. Or they're just consolidating and going to decide who they're going to punish next. Loading the boat. So we've consolidating like crazy. Broke out here, broke out here, broke out down here, back to retest, breakout, retest, breakout, retest. The VPOC migrating higher is indicating that the market is accepting higher prices. So what do we have here now? High volume node, low volume node. Bunch of stuff right up here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there we go. 73% we get back to that close. And above that is something else there, if I remember right. Yep. Settlement and the overnight high. Which, you know, market's trading up. What can I say? And here was a setup that I am so poor at. I didn't even consider, and I didn't even think about it. VPOC migration trade. I've talked about this ad nauseum. Now, today it worked like $1,000,000. It's my second worst trade setup. Quite obviously, it's the one that would be the nicest to figure out or to be able to vet properly because it's so obvious. How can you miss where this yellow line's going? Traded up here. The idea is the VPOC migration higher. You're going to trade higher. Logic is the market is accepting prices higher. And in this case, that was perfect for 12 handles. I didn't even think about it. That's pretty funny. Not funny, haha, but interesting. And we keep doing this IB high test up and down and back and forth. And it needs to be said again that I've gotten my scale off and I'm my own worst enemy here. These have been 12 points. 13 here. Another one. That's 6 handles right there. Jesus. Now, what I would say, looking at this, is we're getting lower highs and lower lows. But we've tried to get below this IB high a couple of times, and it hadn't worked out so good. And the developing value area high is absolutely smack on the top. And so there's the developing value area high. And maybe there's one tick above it. Yep, one tick. Or two. Typically, that's an unfinished auction, and there will be excess above it. Now here's, 2 distributions, but notice the excess down here at the bottom. There is none at the top. So that's typically thought of as an unfinished auction, at least in market profile world. So back to the business at hand here. And here we go again. Will I take that? Nope. Oop. This is what would typically happen here. the faster we approach the close of the RTH 1, then the less rosy I feel about this. Oh, yeah, me too. I was just thinking that. Yeah, well, you see, there's the perfect VPOC migration. This is this is what I often get. Now it's come down here, tested. is still too low, and then it's going to go back the other way. Rather than this result, I more frequently get this one. Not so dramatic necessarily, but, and that's one that's talked about often. Oh, what's the price check at aisle 3? Is this too high? Is this still too low? We're going to go back, But, okay, not necessarily this stuff here. That's pretty erratic. But I was thinking more in terms of the price action, assuming that this migration had stayed up here. Yeah, it's just not a good setup for me. I can't figure it out, so I'm not going to worry about it anymore. Next, you only need one setup with a verified edge or expectancy and take a nice living out of the market. Look at this shit. Sorry, look at this. What is it doing, Just really shaking people out is what it's doing. This location is troublesome for me because of all the levels here. These are all major stumbling blocks where price will have a reaction based on the retail traders. Here's a perfect example. Never mind the fact that this is the POC. So that is inherently the worst place you can possibly trade. That is diddling in the middle. Thou shalt not diddle in the middle. It's pretty sure it's in the Bible somewhere. Or somewhere. Quran or someplace. Bhagavad Gita or someplace. This doesn't mean it's not going to fall out of bed and haul ass for the bottom where I expected it to go in the first place today. But with all of these levels in the way, that to me is just all those are opportunities to go against my expectancy and my edge. So I don't think that that's a smart thing to do, as bad as I want to have a trade on. Now, I had my hands on the keyboard to short here. And I would be just happier than a pig in the mud, right? I'd be down here at past 10 handles. So, ooh, there's a reversal. What in the hell was that? Oh, wow. Oh. Isn't it cute? Look at her go. I'm coming after those big trucks. Yeah, so guess what? Guess what happened? Mexico won't pay tariffs. That piece of useless. Interesting to me that a group of people in this country think a person that has bankrupted a casino, filed bankruptcy 6 times, should be, has the, skills and expertise to manage an economy. I think that's just phenomenal. I don't get it, but anyway, yeah. So what Trump came out and said that Mexico wouldn't pay tariffs on stuff that's in the original trade agreement, which, in other words, nobody has paid 1 penny of of tariffs, and it coincidentally did that 30 seconds before the London close. So, I can't imagine that was rigged. Jesus Christ. It's truly amazing. Truly amazing. Well, now I didn't follow through with one of our plans here, which we've been talking about lately, which is when there's these big sweeps, it's a reversal, but this is just stupidness. I should have shorted this, I guess. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. What the hell you do? And now is it going to continue to fall out of bed? And this would break my breakout rule, right? But we're dangerously close to a lot of low volume here. Convicted of a number of felonies and fraud. Well, now is this is this a bar Or we've had a breakout and a retest and a right at the mid? I don't think so. Maybe. And at least it's going in the direction I thought it was. The problem is I didn't get on it quick enough. What are we doing now? Where are we? We're at the outside edge of this distribution. That's pretty kind of dangerous, even with that big move. We could definitely rotate back up here. We have fallen under the MCVPOC. Yep, right here. So here we are. Now, damn it, Janet. I didn't get up here to this, to this again. Now it's breakout country. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Now I'm going to see which way this goes. I have always looked at this breakout thing, as I said earlier, as leaning in the direction of the breakout, which would be south for me with this one. Here's the consolidation. Here's the breakout, retest. I would be leaning south. The market is trading south. The problem is we're at the bottom of this. We're below the VPOC, below the mid, below the VWAP, below the VWAP, below the VPOC. And all of them are outside the IB, are within the IB range, between IB high and IB low. So that's, I guess, a lower probability that it's going to go my direction. That it's going to go south, which is not my direction, but what I was planning today, because I was, yeah, there we go. I was thinking that the market would be selling. Well, we've crossed over the RTH1 to the RTH2. We've had this drama thanks to His Majesty. And yeah, I'm still kind of scratching my head about this bar that I think I had pretty well figured out. Down, then up and down. I don't know. Wow, there's it. It's going in the way of all things, I guess. That's irritating. I didn't get on the short. I got to stop thinking so much and start clicking the damn button or just, hitting the keys. Not now, of course, being a breakout. But when I'm thinking about all this stuff up here, we get below that open, then everybody's screens, all the normal guys' screens are going to turn red, from green to red, below that open. That signals a lot of stuff to those guys. So I'm told. I think it was Dalton used to talk about that. Well, there's a doji. Now we've got the long ago MC behind it. Damn. And remember all these flags here. This is where we spent a lot of time trading early on. Goddamn thing. This goddamn book map and I aren't getting along very good anymore. Sick and tired of not being able to see the previous market and have some kind of a stupid idea about range. So do we have another breakout and retest? At this point in the day, I start thinking this is becoming desperate, right? I want to put on a trade, and I've missed a couple of good opportunities. And so I start feeling more hesitant, more aware of the possibility of a FOMO or, revenge or whatever. I don't know what they call it. When you feel like you should have taken trades and didn't. And this is not really a setup for me. I mean, this bar trade is in the middle of no place, right? And that's not really a setup that I have. That's like a catch-all term for something you just want to do in the middle of outer space, I think, kind of. I'm not saying it's a bad idea because here's, 5 points now. Now, coming up on 10, off of here. The overnight low. The overnight low. Right between these two previous POCs, huh? And we approach the 11 o'clock hour when I've kind of started telling myself, there may be something else to do. Not sure how I'm going to do this now, but I've got to get at least a trade off a day. Or 2 good trades a week, or, but I got to come up with a plan. And my belief is that you don't do any kind of trade plan adjustments or, risk adjustments, risk plan adjustments during the live market. You do that after hours when you're clear and calm and studying and doing your homework. But something's got to happen here, and it's got to happen quick. That's for sure. I just should have gotten on that short at the open right here when we tested the open again. And I'd be, down, or I should say up in the money, 10 handles or so. And that's just a sweet spot to be. Once that scales off, just put on your helmet and it doesn't matter. I mean, anymore to me. You know what all they're selling? All these big Delta balls, but they aren't going very far. Here's 117 out, 117 stops, and only 13 for 3. That's not much. That's and then that happens. Yeah. Heading for the new low, which will probably have a serious impact on the market. Yeah, now they're going to just keep shaking them out. I've lost count of how many 10-point opportunities there have been that I've fumbled and not taken. I've lost count of them. There's been 4 or 5 in the last 5 minutes, Well, if they take out the IB low again today, that will be 2 days in a row with a neutral day, which is about a 34 or 32% probability that that will happen. And there it goes. There it happened. Son of a bitch. Totally frustrating. And here's our previous RTH low. Coming right up. And that's going to be a flush-a-rooney, I would say, down to at least this MC. Somewhere down there. The perfect FOMO opportunity, but I don't know how to get on them. I mean, I don't know what to do about that without thinking I'm giving in to FOMO. Well, what I need to be doing is being up here, taking trades that I have up here. Now, is this going to be an IB continuation from here? Is this a setup? Maybe. This sweep here would suggest that it's going to reverse back up. I don't know that to be the case. Apparently, it's going to be an IB continuation. And pretty close to another 10-pointer. I'm always leery of coming back to the well twice, right? This first one was the one. This is spooky. Seems like volatility's picked up, or maybe it's just me. I guess I'm wound in too tight. I'm on 30 seconds down here. All right, I'm going to step aside and have a think about this. Well, looky there. I go take a shower, and what happens? Thank you. Didn't get hammered. Oh. Looking for this, right? Crazy. And now what are they going to do with it? Now they got everybody thinking they're going up and they're going to turn around and go down. I suppose. This is the kind of crap that happens around the lunch hour after the RTH 1, in my opinion. And don't forget RTH 1 is, essentially when London closes, or Europe closes at 10:30. RTH 1 is at 10:45, ends at 10:45. So that's, look at this shit. Oh, look at that. Amazing. And I'm sure a number of people are short from here. Jesus. My timing is truly amazing. That wasn't a 5-minute shower in, well, what was it? I'm sorry. 7 minutes. When I left, we were right here, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty incredible. Pretty darn incredible. I still think short's the way to go today, but, this is just stupid. And the important thing to take home here is this is not light volume. This is a lot of volume and just high volatility. They are really having their way with this thing. The fear index is definitely up. Definitely a lot of fear involved in this market every time. Every time a person that you wouldn't normally give the time of day to when it came to anything business or economic wise says something, and the whole, one of those guys and everything falls apart. That's just crazy. I'm thinking they're going down with it, but pretty quick they're going to be into that old one. There we go. There are the stops that were living under that micro composite. Handles since I walked back in right here. Wow, I think I walked in about here. tagging out all the levels that I think that were in my study over there. That's pretty funny. Not funny, but pretty amazing. Yeah, pretty disappointing. let's see what happened there. All right, we got the VPOC migration below VPOC. That's a good thing. Did just barely take out that previous low. Not by much. It's so funny. I just come in here, look at this, put my hands on the keyboard thinking, well, this is going to break. Didn't do anything right there. Pretty interesting. This is why I have that wait and get back in the rhythm mode rule in my trade plan. Oh, here's another VPOC migration. It worked perfect. Look at there. Guess I'm going to have to stop eating lunch or taking a shower or something. Well, that's pretty amazing there. That's a perfect one. And I guess I should have hit into it anyway. Whoa, and I was just getting short. Went out and got some tea instead. I thought better of it right here. Actually, I was looking for a breakout and back up, and look at this. Well, thank you. Thank you, patience. Or whatever. Something's wrong here. My computer's not reacting. I've just tried to key this order in twice now and nothing's happened. It really sucks. I hit a short at 40. Well, I better see what's going on here. Hold on. Oh, that's irritating. Man. I hit my keyboard for a short right there at 40. And now that's too late. Boy, that is, Jesus. That's pretty frustrating. My. It seems like I'm destined to do this today or this week. God damn. Darn, that's really disappointing. And there's no way I can test this. Well, I guess I can do a couple of things to confirm that it's on. Off. Two lot. Okay. Well, now we're getting lower highs. Higher lows. And higher highs. See what happens here. The 12-to-1 stat is in play, which is a statistic that says if we are in an out of balance condition, which we are, obviously, and we make a new extreme high or low price during the 12-to-1, that the market will exceed that price by the end of the day in that direction. I think that's a Tom stat. And now I'm on the breakout side of it, so I can't take this here. I'm on the wrong side now for would be a breakout. Here we go. Damn it, boy, I can't get on this. I don't know what's wrong here. That's two shorts I tried to take right there. And nothing happened. I've never had that happen before. The only time that can happen is if I don't have the application highlighted, but I do by clicking on it, that highlights the app, or click over here anywhere, it brings the focus to the application. That's the only time that if I'm looking at IRT or something and then have the computer focus on another screen or application, that'll happen, but that's not the case here now, so I'm not sure what the hell's wrong. And now we're just going to wind our way, gradually grind down to where it's not a viable situation for me. This was the perfect one right here. 40 when I try to hit it. Well, that's pretty special. My goodness, that's just amazing. Nowhere to trade down here now. Didn't click there. I normally would hit this one, but I did not because of the cell delta up here. And typically they run them up green on the turnaround, in my perception anyway. And that would have been a nice one. after two instances like that, really alert to FOMO here. This one in particular. And then not taking this one. Okay, so now what are we doing? Yeah, it was good to be on alert for FOMO. Okay, I give up. I just go get a Kleenex to blow my nose and right here, thinking I'll be back surely in time for them to get it into here. And look what happened. Boom, boom. And now twice isn't probably a safe bet. Or is it? At some point, they're going to come hammering through out the bottom there. I suspect. And here they go. Boy, I tell you, Pretty darn disappointed. It's 20 handles to right there from where it didn't execute. Huh. That's darn. Well, anyway, next. Well, I'm going to go way out on a limb and try to go get a glass of water here. And I'm sure the bottom will fall out or something. But Damn, I had another one and I was away. Son of a bitch, I don't know what to do here. Well, all right, now what? Now it's getting to a situation where that trade is probably not the right idea anymore. They could bring it back up a ways here. We sort of ran out of, hit that bottom a lot of times down there. Got that liquidity living 57.24, got 100 contracts, it says. That might actually be real. See if it trades out or lifts off. 20 of them lifted off. After all these moves here and missing this move at 40, being around down here trying to grab scraps at the bottom is, shorten the hole is an old term. That's probably not a very friendly place to be. Be mindful that there could be a squeeze. This was perfect, beautiful here. Here was more, I missed that 40. Now it's, now it's not very, very good location here. We're making lower lows and higher highs again. Back up to this previous level. And there's a scratch. I mean, there's a scalp, so that would have been a reasonable idea. But just a little bit desperate and off the edge there for me. Because I'm over aware now of not making up stuff, seeing patterns that aren't there, making up trades, whatever. And obviously, in hindsight, rearview mirror trading, it would have been great. Nearly 10 handles there. Well, 10. Would have been in at about 40 to 31. We're down here at 23, 22 now. Boy, I'll tell you, I'm so damn frustrated about that missed not firing and wondering what will happen when I go back and test it. Racking my brain what that could have been. And again, I don't think going back to the well is a good idea. Especially this time of day. Neither NQ nor ES are making any overtures for the bottom. And that's certainly not to say that they won't, but
Thầy đã Topo Macbon viết được.
real funny girl. Huh. Real funny. 5,000 comedians out of work, and what do I got to It happened again. I'm not sure why. But that's pretty bad news. The dome, 2-lot. Yeah, everything's, I mean, here we go for the squeeze, but, you know, Well, here we are back at my 40 again. Not that it's going to be a winner, but I'm going to make sure that this damn thing is not working. This liquidity is going to trade out. It looks as though it will. And now we're up here to the POC again. Wow. I would have never taken that long. And let's see if the VPOC migration matters. My bet is it'll go up and check the price at the previous VPOC. Because that's typically what would happen if I would enter it mechanically right here, right now. And there we go. I'm going to if I execute here, I'm going to very methodically watch my keys. Make sure I'm not doing some stupid fat finger thing. I'm not sure that I will do that, but I'm going to, instead of watching the screen as normal, I'm going to be watching my keyboard and make sure. Oh, wait. I just had an idea. Maybe I need to actually test a number. No, I'm not going to do that now. Yep, we're going to test up to that previous in the IB low, maybe. Look at there. So there's a perfect price check at aisle 3, and perhaps to continue north with a squeeze. Now I'm going to jump over to, well, it's definitely work. My keyboard is definitely working because I'm changing screens and I do that with my keyboard. The next question would be the number key, and I'm going to, yeah, works fine. Okay. Squeeze is on, boys and girls. Wow, that's just amazing. I have no clue why that didn't work. Definitely focus on Bookmap. Well, there you go. But I can't just go on this way any longer. I have to now turn the heat way up here and have, as I said earlier, I'm going to come up with a plan for the trade requirements in a day. I got to get like the rest of these guys. So the squeeze is on. We approach the open. Here's a funny thing about futures and would not surprise me in the least. Here's the open, right? We've traded this entire day and up and down and countless hundreds of thousands of dollars back and forth and back and forth. And if the closer we get to right here, absolutely meaningless. The market didn't go anywhere. No change in perceived value whatsoever for the ES, assuming we get up to the open. And that's not an unusual situation, really. Certainly not in the mood to try to take a short out of here, even though it would be even though that would be a structured trade. Damn it. No sooner than instead of talking, I should hit the keyboard. This is a VWAP to VPOC trade. And now it's too late.
Order
Now
submitted.
we got one in. Finally. Now will we get stopped out? Yep. Well, that didn't take long. Okay, so it works. My keyboard now didn't work at the right time, but you know, at least it worked. So that's probably a bit of FOMO on my part, and very definitely a late entry, which is what caused my stop. Disappointing, and there it goes. Yep. And there would be the scale. And here goes the profit target. Right here. I don't move stops, I don't move stops, absolutely. Away from entry. Well, now my milestone just got further away. Bummer. But at least the thing worked, okay. But did it work on time? As I was thinking it was keyed right here, perhaps. Let's see how long it took us to get to this target. Yeah, right there. Okay, that would have been my milestone right there. Wait a minute. I think I can do something there. All right. Well, that's disappointing, but it's better than nothing, I guess. Yeah, that's right to my scale. Isn't that amazing? Shows you the importance of an entry. Or the importance of trade location. Here, no problem. Obviously, the breakout and the retest here would have been the absolute one up there, and I was just late to here. Or that's what I don't know. Was there a delay in the machine somehow that I actually hit because I would have keyed it here at the breakout and retest, which would have put my stop up here. My target would be up here, and my risk neutral scale would be here. My target would be here. None of which matters at this point, but you know, that's the drag. That is definitely a shame. But I feel better. I think I almost feel better just having done that, just having finally executed rather than standing here not doing anything. So, and here we go. Now sell her off, and away down she goes, I suppose. See, I made the screen snap. I think I got the chapters. Okay. Well, that is pretty darn disappointing, and it is to me anyway. Not disappointing enough to force another trade, but at least the damn thing worked. I'm not sure what did or did not change there. Quite a letdown emotionally, though. I was been so careful about this. Anyway. It hasn't been a very good month, last 2-3 weeks. Several pretty devastating things outside of trading. So I was looking forward to a little bit of a bump, positive bump. That's what the milestone thing has been hanging over my head about. I mean, not hanging over my head, but that's the thinking there. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty disappointing, isn't it? Yeah, they're so big. I know. I got to stop talking that like that on the microphone. All right, so I've been talking to some people in static there. Sorry about that typing, but a couple of there's 3 or 4 guys over there that's all there is. The group is maybe 5 people. It's just some other trader guys, Rod and some of the guys. And now here we go towards a low again. You know? Really, very disappointing. This bullshit here is just all because of a late entry, which put my stop in peril. 1 tick or 2 stop to target plus double, triple, almost triple. That's pretty darn disappointing there. And now I'm not going to. Now we're coming back down to the lows again, and I'm not going to think about executing here. Gosh, that's frustrating. Really, all because of a late entry. You know, that's the wait for a proper setup and trade. Well, for a proper trade to set up and get stopped because of a late entry of, well, a point, 4 ticks. I don't know another way to enter better, faster or something. That's pretty goddamn demoralizing, I'll tell you that. I forgot to, I hope that wasn't muted most of that time. We're in the power hour, around in the curve here pretty quick. And I'll be shutting down at the top of the hour, 3 o'clock, 1500. Cash close as normal. This stupid trade, really disappointing. It's especially disappointing because I don't overtrade at all. This was the first trade I took this week. Because I really pick them, and I was waiting specifically for that bar in the direction of context and all those various rules I have, or not rules, but, I guess they are rules or parameters or guidelines or whatever you want to call them for a trade. So just really goddamn frustrating that I don't know how many, 2 seconds late means a stop and not a way more than target. Pretty disappointing. There we go, 2:30. We've got the MOCs coming out at the top, or at the 50, 1450. And yeah. I'm going to cut mine anymore. torture, buddy. He's like, look, Dad, my nails are dry. Funny how he spreads his hands all out like that when you come in.
He hates a lot.
I guess he's scared. He's terrified. But his hands are always like this. His front paws, you can't see him, but his front paws are all spread out, like his fingers all spread out. Like
He always eats up.
no, not out in front. Like his fingers are like this. Not his paws aren't like this. They're all spread like that.
Isha used to do it when he does Isha.
When he does the nails.
Yeah. Maybe show you his nail.
You gonna get an earring too, buddy? Too. Yeah, I can't remember to turn the damn mic on or off. So anyway, my wife and I talking about our cat. Really phenomenal how just a couple of seconds of a late entry puts your stop in harm's way by a tick. That's the joy of trading. That's got nothing to do with probability or random distribution. That's got to do with something that you can control, which is, a late entry. This was a bar trade. There was a breakout retest. Instead of hitting here, it got filled here, and that put me here. If this was filled here, the stop is up here, the trade is on. The trade is, to targets. Now, I don't consider that to be I guess I could say, well, it could have gone on down. It didn't have to come up here with this other rotation. There's a million things you can talk about, I guess. But the fact that I will consider this an execution error because the bar trade definitely worked. So 1440, the MOC orders are out in 10. And the problem with a thing like that is it puts you on tilt, you know? Well, this damn thing doesn't want to work right. I don't know if something's going on here. None of this didn't, you know, there's a pretty, there is 30, 60, there's 30 handles right there. Boom. That's pretty phenomenal. And now I especially don't want to fall into the revenge trade thing. I used to just not think of it that way and just trade my way out of a loss. I've done that way more than once, way more than I have compounded the loss. But I'm trying to approach trading from a whole different point of view than that those days. So I'm not remotely, well, I suppose remotely, or I wouldn't be talking about it, thinking about trade. Now, exactly, no, because of the school run having to shut down at the top of this hour, so that's 18 minutes. Now, of course, you know, that stop took 5 seconds or something, you know, so you can do a lot of trading in 18 minutes. And also those couple of times that I tried to enter and it didn't execute, that would have also, they were also One for sure. I don't remember the other location at this point because I was kind of dumbfounded by the time that it did, by the fact that it didn't execute. That's another problem. And I actually was surprised this time, and I'll be interested to see to watch that bit of the stream. It seemed to me quite a delay from when I hit the keyboard, and I should be able to hear that on the stream when I keyed it in, and until when the orders at least popped up on the chart, those various lines. Yeah, God damn it, really irritating. And of course, my temptation will be to go to my 4-lot package, because that will more than make up for this one today, but it will not do that. I'm actually seriously considering dropping back to micros and just forcing at least 1 or 2 trades a day out of this thing, out of myself. I don't mean forcing in that not paying attention or taking proper setups, but there is a continual stream of opportunities in the day. I mean, I've talked about a number of them, but I haven't executed on them. That's what I mean, force myself to execute on the identified setups with an edge. That's the right way to say that. 2 minutes till the MOCs. Those are the MOC order releases. So 1450. And here's a quick 10 points. Just amazing, isn't it? Just amazing. I mean, it looks so simple. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's like it's some sort of curse or something when you have something happen like that, because you just look at all the Jesus, I don't know how many. I wouldn't know how many. I wouldn't know if I could count how many opportunities there are. Here's 10 points, 8 points. Here's 10 points the other direction. You know, 3 stops down, 3 tests down here, and up we go for 15 handles. Same thing, anywhere you look in the market, and all you've got to do is be on the right side of it, even if it's dumb luck. I don't know. Maybe I'm just approaching it entirely from an entirely too rigid a perspective. I don't know. I got to do something though. I got to do it quick. The heat is on. This is, of course, the absolute worst place anybody could think of trading right here, with the IB, the previous low, and the RV, the POC all in a pile, and we're trading right around them. So that's got to be the most dangerous mess you can get yourself into. Location-wise. And this profile is pretty well balanced, actually. Oh no, I lied. I didn't see the upper distribution. Sorry. It's still not completely crazy. I mean, this is about a perfect distribution. The only problem is there's no excess. There's no real kurtosis, The auction, according to, I don't know, somebody market profile, probably Dalton. That's one of the only people I worked with around there in that world. Means that the auction is unfinished. Now, up here, we've had the second distribution, so it is essentially finished to the upside, and it kind of tapers off. I don't know. That's just, there are so many different theories and ideas, and, I guess there is as many opinions as there are people, or traders, I guess. I'm also trying to stretch my, to put some discipline on the trades for the purpose of the targets, right? The risk neutral scale and then the second target, rather than scalping or whatever, just gambling, put on you're just slapping around a one line. It's going to be a rodeo. Three minutes till that witching hour when the ding dong goes off here for the TAM alert. And then I go get our little sweet daughter from school. Well, well, there we go. Now that is a sweep, which we would normally trade against. Let's see. Not this time of day necessarily, but you know what I mean. It hasn't failed, by the way. All right, matter of seconds here, and then we're going to get, it's going to be TAM time. There we go. All right. And that last minute shuffle on the VPOC. And okay, so have a great evening. I'll be back at 0800 in the morning. I will not be online. My screens will be up, but I won't be around for the non-farm because that's at exactly the moment that I'm taking Tam to school. We leave about 20 after, so Yeah. Anyway, there's that. I would say, keep your powder dry. Stay away from the non-farm payroll unless you really know what the hell you're doing. I will certainly not be trading it. And we'll see if this volatility and craziness continues. Have a great night, and I'm done.